Oh, it's the start of a good Saturday. I'm very orange. Why am I so orange? Ah, sometimes, man, I swear, technology hates me. I really wish that it was possible to set your white balance in OBS and your Logitech camera and have it save. There we go. Now I'm not orange. Unfortunately, you can't. You every time you start OBS, you have to reset your Logitech settings. So that's why sometimes I'm orange and sometimes I'm not, and sometimes the camera throws a fit and auto zooms. And you know, I do want to say thank you to somebody in the community. I imagine it's GamePro. If GamePro pops in, they used my Fiverr affiliate link when they booked their music buy on Fiverr, which really helps because ultimately it doesn't cost them any money. It doesn't cost anybody any money, and it's a percentage cut. That's really what more people we need to get more of. Life needs to become a standard of, oh hey, I know somebody who has an affiliate code, let me contact them so that we can generate more money. I mean, these corporations, they make so much money anyway. They don't need every penny that they get. That's why I love Amazon Prime subs. Like, Amazon Prime subs are the absolute best. Okay, I would like to say that this entire fusion system, in my opinion, is garbage. And I will say it's garbage because there is no rhyme or reason. I hate RNG. I think anybody who follows my show enough knows I hate RNG. I would rather a good system that requires a lot of hard work rather than a nonsense RNG system. Like earlier, I put in 2 3-3s and I got a 3-4 back. And this time I put in a 3-3 and a 3-4 and I got a 3-3 back, which was fine. I had a feeling it would. I was trying to duplicate Snooze Aficionado. But I hate this fusion system. I wish this fusion system would go away and they would come back with something that looks like a better system. We're going to take a 4-3 and a 4-3. Unless I have... Well, let's get rid of you. 4-3 and a 3-4. Right now, I'm just trying to see if there's any rhyme or reason to it. And it doesn't look like there is. And I say this all the time about games. Nobody wants to be the person that has to feel bad. RNG's, in my opinion, RNG is a terrible thing for drops in crafting. There's places that you can put RNG. And I think RNG should be in a place where, like, enchanting. Enchanting is a good place for RNG. First 4, if you're going to do a 10 total tier system, first 4 tiers, any failure, you just try again. The next 3 tiers, any failure, and you go back a level. And then the top 3 or the top 2 tiers, a failure equals a break. Because what it allows people to do is it allows people to, you know, like ladder. And then those who risk it get the biscuit, and those who risk it without a backup weapon sit on the bench. But as it is right now, it is really difficult Yeah, exactly. Instead of Fusion as it is, just make a duplicate upgrade system that most other games do. If you want to upgrade a Deviant, just copy a Deviant as fodder. Or, ironically enough, take the mod system that you already have. Like, if I put in all 8s, I go up to a 9, right? Even though that makes no sense. If I put in all 8s, I go up to a 9. But then it tells me 3 levels to the next range. So I take off this, and so 9, 10, 11. I put in 11, now I go up to 10, and it tells me 5 levels to the next range. This is actually how I thought the Deviant Fusion system was going to work, because they'd already laid out that like initial layout. It's like, oh, okay, so they already have this like point-based scale system, so they're gonna duplicate that. And they didn't. And so now we have RNG. Like, I understand the idea behind RNG. RNG is there because you need replayability, you need repeatability, you need you need a reason for people to log in. I think one of the biggest problems with Once Human is the frustration factor is so high that a lot of people I've talked to have said, I just couldn't enjoy the game because I didn't feel like I was making any meaningful progress. And I absolutely understand that mentality. You keep playing, you keep like, but in my hive, between me and Rail, I could 100% understand on a bad day why Rail would be like, fuck it, I quit. Because I have three complete sets of mods. I have a bingo build. I have a bounce build. I have a corrosion build, which shares a lot of the same mods with the bounce build. And then I'm almost finished with my P90 build. And then on top of that, I have a variation of those builds in lunar mods. Now, he has an amazing talent set, but the game is just straight kicking his ass when it comes to trying to build his next set. He's just not even getting the mod drops he needs to try to roll. It's not like his upgrades are going sideways. He's just not getting the base mods. Well, that's where I talk about the it doesn't feel good. And what is the outcome of it doesn't feel good? Well, if it doesn't feel good, the outcome is people go play other games. We're not in the late 90s, and I think a lot of video game companies haven't quite adapted to the mindset of, you know what, our players don't have to play our game. I think a lot of game companies are caught up in the, well, yeah, they're gonna play our game, but nobody says, well, why do you believe that? Are we the best game on the market? Are we doing something so unique? Like ArcH, for example. ArcH Tryon Worlds completely flubbed the ArcH 1 launch. They completely dropped it. Huge gaming organizations tried to play the game and they couldn't get all their people on one server. People couldn't get linked up. It's a terrible, it shouldn't have happened, because we've got to move past this single point of failure with video game launches where people can't get linked up with their friends. Once Human had that problem for a long time. People just could not get linked up with friends, family that they wanted to play with. Well, Tryon was like, oh, well, we're the only decent game on the market, which fairly true when ArcAge came to the Western world. There wasn't any other game like ArcAge. But then very quickly after, BDO came out. Well, a fair number of ArcAge players gave up on ArcAge to go play Black Desert Online. And then, not too long after that, Revelation Online came out. And Revelation Online did a lot of things really well. Revelation Online was a much better game than ArcAge in terms of gear upgrading and PvP, and like they were almost there with meaningful PvP, because as we always talk about, you gotta have, it's not just enough to have good, smooth, buttery smooth PvP. You have to have good PvP. Like, Once Human has some really creative ideas for what they want to do with PvP, but they haven't ironed out a lot of wrinkles in PvP yet. Like, they brought PvP, they didn't really think about it, and then they are like, oh well shit, so many people already have their battle mods and their battlefield mods. Whenever we try to do new PvP servers, it doesn't work out for X, Y, or Z reason. And then they're like, oh, so what we're gonna do is in Raid Zone, we're not gonna allow people to bring their pre-existing gear. They're gonna have to start over. Well, that's not a good plan. It's not a good plan, because people don't want to hear, oh, I got to start over. Now, some people say, oh, well, it's fine if you start over, because then it's a matter of skill. It's not a matter of gear. It's not a matter, well, unfortunately, I know you might not like this, but acquiring gear and rolling regrades and leveling life skills and getting, like, all those things are important aspects to a game. Have I tried Primeverse? I have, and I don't like it. I don't like it because they still haven't balanced out. Because I don't have the PvP mods. Because the first couple of seasons sucked, but some people stuck with it. The PvP mods make such a huge impact on the PvP. I have to go to the PvP server in order to get the PvP mods, but I can't get anything done on the PvP servers because I don't have the PvP mods. It's one of those, I understand why they did Raid Zone the way they did it, but it doesn't solve the problem with their other ideas. Like, for example, they put a reward, the Berserkosaurus Rex, on Primeverse. So the only way to get it, until they gave it to people through the box system, the Misuku Marks system, the only way to get the best chef is by doing the PvP server. So lots of people went there one or two servers, or one or two seasons, got what they wanted, and then they left, and they'll never do it again because their experience with it was so bad. We were talking about this the other day. People that love PvP complain about people that don't want to do PvP. But a lot of people that don't want to do PvP don't want to do PvP for the simple reason of it's not balanced. And it's not balanced, it's not good. If it was balanced and it was good, more people would want to do it. Like, do I believe in, like, stat dampening? No. It's like, can we hire you unless... Yeah, we can't hire you unless you have experience, but you can't get experience unless somebody hires you. 100%. 100%. That cyclical issue. Like the old joke, ignore everything you learned in college. We don't do it that way. Well, I didn't go to college. Well, then you can't work here. Well, if you don't do it the way they teach you to do it in college, what does it matter if I went to college? Why don't you just train me how you want me to do it? So it's just, they have a lot of really good ideas, but Starry Studios, NetEase, what they're suffering from is they're suffering from the 60% solution, and they're putting these things, like players are like, we want a way to combine our deviations. Well, implied in that request is we want a way to combine our deviations in a meaningful way. Like, yeah, I have probably 2,300 deviations stored in Eland. The problem is, out of using close to 50 deviations for fusions, last night was the first time I actually got a useful combine. Like, yeah, I combined a 5.5 atomic lighter. Sure. Like, great. I'm just messing around with stuff and I got a 5.5 atomic lighter. I have a 5.5 Xeno purifier. Great. Last night I was actually able to do a 5.5 blue growth shroom with Growing Pains 3. That's solid. Because now I need to make one more of those. Blue mushroom, Growing Pains 3. And then I can combine it with 2 rams so that the offspring is hopefully 5.5 and also has the bonus to bring back an extra deviated crop. I wish that I would rather go and crush 50 deviations to make whatever upgrade charm I need and know that I'm going to get it right the first time. Know that I get what I want. Like, we were talking in in-game chat earlier before I went for my walk. I hate the idea that it looks like, with my terrible luck, another lunar cycle will go by and I won't improve my dog. My dog is a 5.4. I ground the shit out of the last lunar cycle. And I never even got my 5.4. My hive mate got a second 5.4 and he gave it to me. And yet I see people post pictures of they have a 5.5 with crack shot. Well, I'll keep playing because I like to accomplish shit, but that is absolutely what I'm talking about, the it doesn't feel good idea. It doesn't feel good for a player to know somebody else has something radically more powerful than they do, and no amount of hard work will ever reward them with what they're looking for. The only thing that can ever reward them is pure luck. The only way you can get it is luck. I just think we need to get past these days in video games. We need to get past the days of RNG. Like, RNG is fine as one option. Yeah, they do have a lot of bugs that they need to spend some tender loving time on to fix. Absolutely. But I don't think they have any game, like, unless you tell me of a game breaking bug. Bugs all suck, but I don't think they have any game breaking bugs. They have annoyance bugs. Now there could be bugs I'm not aware of. I ran a silo and my teammate fell through the floor, so my 2 weaker teammates had to fight Saint all by themselves on pro. I was the strongest on the team and couldn't help. Okay, that's a bug. Apparently my auto turrets took out one for me. See, I think a big problem with this particular event, the lunar event, is the Lord of Moonlight is a step in the right direction, but without, until Starry realizes their game is predicated on a survival idea, right? This event should be threatening every base every couple of days. Like there should be a timer here that says your base will be attacked in no more than, or your base will be attacked in 1 day, 23 hours. So you go to your base and you put in some lunar essences and you say, start my base attack now. Get my hive together. Just call for the base attack. So the base attack happens and then it resets to 7 days, or 6 days, 23 hours. I think you should have to defend your base at least once a week. During lunar, you should have to defend your base twice a week. You should have to defend it once against the lunar agents and once against the normal shit of the world. Without that, defend your base component, this really doesn't feel like a survival game. It really doesn't have that feeling. Really what it is it's like, oh, these are the things I have to do to get started. I also said a long time ago, what would be really, really impressive is if each of these zones, you'd have to put another town up there. But if each of these zones, the settlements grew based on player action, and then the settlements could also get attacked. Well, what do you add to it? Well, when the settlements aren't there, the vendor isn't there. When the settlement's been attacked and not restored, the vendor isn't there. Now, L isn't a huge deal, so you're gonna have to think about, like, what's the so what? What is the, like, because this game doesn't have a soul. Like, why do you defend your base so rigorously in 7 Days to Die? Well, you defend your base in 7 Days to Die because if your base gets destroyed, you lose stuff. You lose everything you had there. In fact, 7 Days to Die is on the rotation of every 7 days, you're gonna have to, jock up and face some pretty serious competition or you die. Now, yes, I do understand in 7 Days to Die, there's a lot of ways that you can cheese it. You can, you can build a base over a pit, and then on Blood Moon Night, you can just stand there and they all fall to their death. Yeah, sure. I mean, I get it. You can glitch it, you can game it, you can exploit. I'm saying if you're playing in earnest, every 7 days, things are gonna get spicy. Well, it's not that hard to build the blade trap, and they all just, yes, I get that. I understand. You choose to build the blade trap, though. You choose to take the easy path. I think, really, though, honestly, what we have going right now is too many games are the easy path because players. I love the idea of having to be called to defending settle. Yeah, exactly. Like, and you want people to play the game, right? So, and I don't know what the appropriate numbers are because I don't know what the populations of the servers are. I would need that data to tune it. But if at all the monoliths, the great one inside the monolith has to be killed X number of times a week, or the great one inside the monolith is going to go out for a stroll. And as he goes out for a stroll, he's going to start attacking bases. Any base he encounters on his way, on his stroll to a settlement, he will attack the base. Now, you don't want a base to be punished because a base itself shouldn't be strong enough to take out a great one. So if once the great one takes 5% damage from any one base, it'll say, oh, I've stood here, I've taken 5% of my overall health as damage, I'm going to leave, I'm going to continue on my journey to the settlement. It just keeps pathing. If the settlement, however, if the great one gets to the settlement, it won't stop until it's killed. Oh, shit. These fucking things. It won't stop until it's destroyed the settlement. And then it takes time. Then everybody has to get together and bring glass and bring, titanium and steel and copper and bronze ingots and all that. Bring all that shit to the settlement so that the settlement can get, restored. Okay, guys. I have plenty of sanity. Why do you keep coming after me? Stupid jerk face. Yeah, there's so many things that they could be doing. I think they should up the stakes with Manibus. Like when Manibus comes, it brings a legion of deviants to attack all the settlements. Yeah, exactly. Right? Exactly. Here's the trick. If you start a not even started, like all these, I think we would need to slow down on the number of Manibus, on the number of these, the number of these that are happening on the screen at one time. But yeah, if a Manibus event stays up for X amount of time and nobody deals with it, then it starts dumping shit tons of deviations. You could do one Manibus per region a day. And then and this would be a little bit more difficult, but you do one Manibus event per region per day. And then you put a Primor spawner. Okay, dog, you are useless to me if you're just gonna stand there. Stupid thing. Or what you could do is you could create 7 types of staroids that give protection. Like, I think that you could move some of these nightmare and apocalyptic ones. You could split those, have one in each region. Oh, you got a group of people together to call it down? Okay, well then Manibus will stay fucked off for another day. But yeah, Brandon, I think there's 1.5 million things that they could do to tweak the scenarios we already have, which should be faster development than building all new organic stuff. Because, like, the deviation, secure, breed, conquer, fuck like a Pokemon, your Ash, 20 years experience, 10 years old. It's cool and all, but it's not once human. And so it's really annoying that I don't have any desire to play Pal World. I don't have any desire to play Pokemon. I have a desire to play once human. But luckily I have a hive mate who enjoys that scenario. So he's making stuff over there. Because I can't stand that scenario. I don't like the idea of playing for over a year and earning blueprints to now all of a sudden have the new the best way to get deviations be to not do anything that links up with what I've spent over a year doing. Like, I don't want to say don't do things like that, but don't put rewards and things like that better or easier or faster than what you can get on the regular servers. Like, I think the deviation secure, all that stuff should have been over here on the regular servers as well, just done potentially a different way. Also, I do agree with you. I wish they would fix the AI. Because when you've just about killed a mob before it even responds, it doesn't exactly... that doesn't exactly play well. Ooh, you're a 5. Get over here. (5-2), total garbage. Total garbage. Can you transfer deviants from the new mode to the regular server? You can. You can always transfer anything you acquire. It's just you have to go about it. I'll show you how it works. Oh, it's after. Okay, I'll show you how this works now. So, I'll be doing a quick video on this. They never spell things out very well. So, come on, man, let me in. So you come up to a chest in Eland. Go out here, because it's a little bit easier to see. So, you go over here. You have access items or account depot. You hit G, and there's account depot. So you can put... the account depot is shared by all characters on an account. So you can send a character to a scenario, send it to Eland, put it in the account depot box, and then you can pull that out from any character. Now, to move it to the new server, you have to still have transfer points. Well, I don't have any transfer points left. So in order for me to, like, say I got Billy Badass and I went over to the deviation server and I got like a 5-5 crack shot. Well, I wouldn't be able to bring it over to Jalan until I took Jalan to a new scenario. My big problem now is I'm not really having too much success getting the violent mods I need. How was the trip? The trip was fucking amazing. I had a really good time, and I got back from the trip and I started my diet and I'm doing really good. Normally it takes me several tries to get started. This time I got started right away. I'm a sugar addict. I'm addicted to sugar. I love sugar. But I've managed to go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I've managed to go 4 days without cheating. Basically protein shakes and protein shakes, protein salads. No treats, no snacks, no sodas. Doing really good. My daughter loved Halloween Horror Nights. We went to go on Cat in the Hat just before we left, and there was a fire. Let me clear through these that I don't need. I hate that we get so many. We just get so many of these fucking things. I wish, like, I mean, I know why now there's a sniper rifle with elemental damage, but this is just, sometimes this is just ridiculous. But no, I don't see myself going on that trip again. You don't actually need sugar. You don't need sugar. You need complex carbs. But you're right. The problem is we get simple carbs and fructose and sucrose and everything. And yes, you become addicted to it. Your body craves it. Oddly enough, some people don't quite understand. When your body is craving something, it's your body's way to tell you there's something in that I need. Like, you have cravings for certain foods because your body's like, hey, dumbass, it has something. Like, I crave sushi. I crave nigiri. Well, it's my body telling me, hey, I need omega-3. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They've put so much simple sugar in so many things. No. Why are we listening to... Oh, because I'm on that album. I was like, why am I hearing Christmas music? We haven't even had fucking Halloween yet. No Christmas music. Christmas music is outlawed until November 1st. Speaking of sugar, there's a bunch of sugar. Ah. But yeah, let me see what happened. So I'd cooked a deviation. See, we ended up with a 3-3 again. A 4-3 and a 3-4. I hate this system. I think this system is fucking dumb. Got a 3-3 from a 4-3 parent and a 3-4 parent. So now I'm gonna try something else. Over here, I think all the growth streams are in this one. I need a 3-3. I want a 3-3 with nothing on it. Just a 3. Do I have a 3-3? Come on, we gotta have... I don't want Feeling Blue. I don't want Cheer Up. I don't want Covert Energy. Come on, we gotta have a 3-3. Yeah. Let me try this. Just for the giggles. So a 3-3 and a 3-3. And a... Yes, I'm aware. And a 3-4 and a 4-3. Adding absolutely no stats. So Brandon, did you know, did the point reset for a certain time or not, or one-time use for one scenario? The points don't reset. No, your transfer points are fixed. You get 20,000. The good part is now you can, and I'm not condoning this, but you could, like, I could take all this stuff that's in Jay's property, and I could take all the chests and I could put them all on Rail's property, and then I could take Jay off the server, and then I could put Jay right back on the server. Rail could invite me, I could drop my property, and then I could rebuild everything. It'd take me about 2 hours. I could do my commissions and go right back to level 50, and then I would have my transfer points. I don't like going around rule sets, but I think the idea of having transfer points on servers that are permanent now is dumb. Yeah, less than 2 hours. Maybe they will make a deviant with a win potion that increases the chance of deviant passing down rank when fusion. Yeah, they need to do something, because, or explain, if they explain how the system works, then we could understand, but I don't. And right now, you see, I'm doing it with all, I'm doing it with all deviations that don't have any traits on them. I don't particularly care what happens to those deviations. What I don't want to have happen is, I don't want to get to a point where I have, eventually, two 5.5s with crack shot, and I try to merge them, and I end up with, like, a 4-4. Like, eventually we'll be able to merge lunars. I can only hope. I don't want to end up in a scenario where you tirelessly spend hundreds of hours collecting all the things you need, and then it doesn't work out, and you're like, I have no earthly idea why, because that would suck. But overall, I mean, overall, the game is too easy. Rail and I have all the nightmare silos down to less than 10 minutes as a duo. If we added 2 more people who were equally geared, we would have our nightmare silos down to sub 5 minutes. Okay, so right now he and I have less than an hour a week of meaningful content, and it's only meaningful. It's not like the content is particularly meaningful. The reward is marginally meaningful. The reward for doing the Nightmare Silos is a guaranteed 12-point mod. Well, you can get 12-point mods by running the other silos. So it's not like it's the only way to get it. And then, like, somebody was saying, oh, well, you should be running all Nightmare Silos now because you get better mods. No, you don't. You get 11s and 12s from... You get 11s and 12s from pros. Yeah, I talked about you and mod RNG earlier in the show. Like, what I said, Rail, and you can confirm whether or not this is true. You don't have a big loyalty to Once Human because you're so frustrated with your mod rolls. If that other game that you posted to me comes out and it looks good, you'll have no problem. There is a in-depth mod description video on my YouTube, Brandon. In fact, there's 2 in-depth mod description videos. But I'll show you what a 12-point mod is. But yeah, for Rail, if another game comes out, Rail is just as likely to play that other game because Once Human frustrates him. Go into mods, make a mod, click on the button, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12s, 11, 11, 11. That's the value of each line. Gray is 1, so 1, blue is 3, purple is 4, blue is 3, so 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's an 11-point mod. If crit damage wasn't gray, I would roll that mod. That's a fucked up mod right there. I've never seen a 12-point mod start like that. That's a fucked up mod. Blue, 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 blue. That's fucked up. Yeah, I'm running dungeons until I have 200 violent mods. And then when I have 200 violent mods, I'm going to try to combine. I did 100 the last time and it didn't work. I never even got one mod worth trying. All my mods need to have crit damage, weapon damage, damage against great ones, and I don't care what the 4th stat is. I mean, ideally I would like reload speed or mag cap, but beggars can't be choosers. But yeah, all the silos take me less than 4 minutes. 4 minutes a run. A little longer when I'm bullshitting with you guys, but when I have the music on and I'm just jamming, I get these down to about 3 minutes and 5 seconds a run. Yeah, I wish we could have back what we had in beta, where in beta you could roll off 1 stat. So I have a lot of mods that I would have used, but they were 1 stat off. And again, that's where the I don't want to play your game anymore comes in. If another game comes out and it's not about making it easy, because as I've said, if you told me that I could get a 5.5 lunar zap cam with crack shot, but it would be a lot of grinding, I would say how much grinding. And if they were like, it's 200 lunar essence and 20,000 whispers, I would and 20,000 whispers that you farm. You can't, they have to be bound ones. You can't trade them. I'd be okay with that. I wouldn't quit outright, but like you said, we really only have an hour and a half per week with an RNG chance of meaningful play. Right, you wouldn't quit outright. But you would say, you would start looking at that other game and be like, well, let me go play that. And then you would be like, okay, you and I would set up a schedule. It'd be like Mondays we'll go into Once Human and we'll run what we have to do. Thursdays we'll go into Once Human and we'll maintain the bases. So we'd be playing Mondays and Thursdays. Mondays we go in, we run the content, we go back to the other game. Thursdays we go in, we do all the prep work to run the next content. And that's not how games should be. while I respect the idea, I respect the idea of creating an MMO, creating an online game where you can get meaningful advancement even if your play sessions are 30 to 45 minutes. I'm not against the idea of meaningful progression in short periods of time. I'm not looking for an easy button. I'm looking for a meaningful, this is difficult button. It's not like it's like I said, some people have great RNG. I'm not saying take the RNG factor away from anybody. Let the mobs drop deviations with random stats just like they do now. I'm not saying take away the random. What I'm saying is create a way for people to get the exact thing they want and make it absurd. Make the amount of work to get it absolutely absurd. But I would grind the shit out of 20,000 whispers and make the reward bound. Hey, look, you've got two choices. You can get lucky and get an unbound one so it becomes a part of the player-driven economy. Or if your luck sucks, your name's Jalan or your name's Rail and your luck is absolutely fucking terrible, there's another way that you can go about doing it. I just think it's respectful of players' time, respectful of players' commitment. Hold on. I just saw a news announcement. I thought that they finally passed the fucking budget. It's just somebody's op-ed piece. But I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these games that are coming up handle some things. Oh, Rail, I think I've been a little busy. I think I've been a little busy running dungeons. I mean, I might have some energy links. 5.51 million. I wouldn't, you're worried the country might actually have a civil war? Oh, we're right there, man. Yeah, we shouldn't have to rent a server to make this scenario that's challenging and rewarding, because people who rarely play the game have cried to the devs and they've basically turned it into Roblox. I do agree with you. I absolutely agree with you with that. But where I'm okay with it is the devs have to make money too. Like, unfortunately, the devs have to listen to the publisher, and the publisher wants to maximize money. I mean, at the end of the day, everything revolves around making profit, which sucks. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Everything revolving around making profit does suck, but it is what it is. If the developer's not making money, then the developer's not staying in business. Oh. That's why they're not getting stuck on the web. My web's gone. This gun is just stupid broken. It was funny the other day, somebody was complaining that the gun didn't work right. Yeah, I recommend, no, I recommend, heavy magazine, calibration, because, your big damage off of your gun is every 12 shots. So you want to be getting as many 12 shot bursts as you can. Now, I did see somebody run this with the smaller mag size, and they're running the mod that gives them extra crit every time they reload. I don't particularly like that idea because of how the gun... yeah, it's the Geneva Suggestions. I don't like that idea because of how the gun procs on... you keep hitting something, it puts bullseye on other targets. As it puts bullseye on other targets, when you hit them with the AoE, you reload 15 bullets. Or, I'm sorry, you reload 15%. For me, it's 15 bullets. It really helps clear out bulk trash. As long as you're happy with your clear times, there's no real wrong way to run this particular weapon. But since that AoE can crit, this weapon lends itself to a crit build. I mean, you could run this weapon weak spot. I wouldn't, but you could. What's up? They need to bring back hard mode and slap a minimum gear progression of 300 on it. Yeah. The problem was all hard mode did was make you have to eat and drink every 12 steps. I mean, I would like them to bring back a hard mode that's actually a hard mode. Yeah, that's my other build for it. So one of my builds for this is 4-piece Lone Wolf, 1-piece Bastille gloves, and the Bloodstained tracker boots. That's if I need to keep high hit points. And then the other one is my Tides set, which is 3-piece Tides, 2-piece Lone Wolf. And the only reason why I run 2-piece Lone Wolf is for the 5% crit rate. Because if I'm gonna be running low health anyway, I want 12% weapon damage and 30% crit damage, along with 12% weapon damage and 30% crit damage. And the sad part is, my mods aren't even final form yet. My mods aren't even finalized. You forgot to get on and look at the Halloween outfits and stuff. Sadly, they kind of dropped the ball on Halloween. They didn't exactly do a stellar job with what they did for Halloween. They kind of put like summer shit in the battle pass. Which is a shame because Westerners love them some Halloween. You have so much spoiled food. I'm gonna fucking pitch this. We don't need all this. So much spoiled. One, two, three, four. 4,500 spoiled food just going out the door. Here, I'll put it over here. Maybe this polluted bear will come over here and... Yeah, under 10 minutes. I'm clearing silos in under 5 minutes. Look at that. Again, 3-3. So 3-3, 3-3. And I loaded 2 other deviations. So I have no idea what the logic or reasoning behind this shit is at all. I don't think there is one. I really don't. I think that it's just like, you know what? Throw some shit in there. Anything 5 top. Yes, I've grown a lot of mushroom people. 5 top, cheer up 1. 5-4. If anything 5 bottom. You know, they already built that menu that allows you to sort by activity score. Why couldn't they have brought that back for our chests? We had it for the deviation event. Okay. Yeah, I said the same thing when I was working on the damage formula, but their damage formula is the most honest to God, man. That damage formula is the most convoluted pile of shit I have ever seen. Oh my God, the damage formula in this game makes mathematicians cry. Gotta find Growing Pains 3. This guy doesn't even ask if you have a safe word. He just comes in and is like, Big Daddy. He's like, you were bad, don't make me choke a bitch. Where are you going? You can die already. So the creator program for this game is sort of going through a shakeup now, and some creators are fucking dumb. Like, I know I'm never going to be a popular creator because I'm mean, I'm nasty, I'm guileless, I'm condescending, I don't really put up with people's shit, I don't kiss ass. Some of the content creators are like, due to your changes on the content creator program, look at how bad the Twitch viewership numbers are. The fuck did that end up down there? Even where I sent it. Could the Twitch numbers for Once Human be down because, oh, I don't know, another major game just launched? Like, I don't call these people my peers because they're not on the same fucking thought process level. You wonder why Once Human has suddenly saw a dip in its viewership. Didn't Battlefield 6 just come out? I mean, you mean there's another game that's a lot better that more people enjoy? So a lot of other people aren't going to watch this. Also, wasn't there some other games that came out that had view drops on Twitch? Well, not everybody likes to... Well, first of all, Twitch has changed its policies now. You can't be in too many streams at a time and still count as a viewer. Come this way, get you out of the water. I'm afraid I won't be able to. Only we can get this. There we go. But like, sometimes, man, people just have... bad opinions. Oh my god, another snail. Yeah, if you count beta weekends and new releases, there are like 6 new things and Arc Raiders last beta test right now before launch. Right. So these content creators are trying to say to the people that run the program, oh, your choices were really bad. Your choices weren't bad. The choices weren't bad. The issue is it was correlation, not causation. The choices that they made happen to coincide with all these other games going into like previews. Like, don't want to be mean, don't want to be mean, don't want to be mean, fuck it, I'll be mean. Intrepid Studios will probably see the first weekend that Summoner is out, and they'll see a spike, and what they'll say is, oh, the new content that we've put in is done good. No, it's not that your content is good, it's just that for the first time in a long time, you actually, ta-da, have content. You have content that people can cover. No one playing Once Human stopped playing because a creator's contract changed. Exactly. No person playing Once Human stopped playing Once Human because their favorite creator's contract changed. Their viewership might have changed. Like, for example, if Asmongold went back to playing video games, and Asmongold started playing a game, and then stopped playing that game, the viewership numbers for that game would dip. Because he brings an awful lot of people, especially when he's playing a new game. But people don't see that. I wish to God statistics was taught more in school. I wish people had to actually learn stats. Yes, that was under a minute, Brandon, and it was a slow run. taking me so long today? I don't know if it's true, but I was told the 7TV and Better TV channel point collections count you as a viewer. It does not. The only thing that counts you as a viewer on Twitch now is your interaction with the channel. So if you interact with the channel in some way, talk specifically, then you count as a viewer for the channel. That's why you'll see, also you have to talk at periodic intervals. Like for example, my channel currently shows 6 viewers. 1, 2, 3. My channel shows 6 viewers, but I have 3 chatters in the chat. Twitch is so concerned with, they're chasing metrics right now. And they're chasing metrics because they need to get back to being a viable option for advertisers. Yeah, why they thought now, if you collect channel points, the little paradox box that pops up periodically, that counts, I think. I think that counts because it's an interface with the Twitch window. But, you know, Twitch just needs to decide, like, what they want to do. And unfortunately, Twitch is kind of paralyzed in their development because, like most companies, somebody is freaking out because Kick's numbers are going up. The thing about Kick's numbers is Kick's numbers can only go up. Now Kick's numbers have gotten high enough that they can start to go down. But for when you have a new person, your extension does it automatically. There you go then. When you have a new product in a space, the numbers can only go up. It's a rough situation to be in because how do you know what you're doing is working? Like, all these creators move to TikTok. Make short form content, make short form content, make short form content. And they started doing that. They started making short form content. And many of them started making very good money making short form content. Then a bunch of other people moved into the space, and now people are like, there's less money to be made. You're right, because everybody else that is starting to now get into the TikTok creator program, and it's sad that people don't understand how it works, but creator programs take a certain percentage of their overall income, put that into the pool, and then the creators get paid their fair share percentage of the money. Well, if you have $1 million, right, and 10 people collecting off of that, everybody gets 100,000, assuming they're all relatively equal. Now, you put 1 million people in it, well, some people are only going to draw off $1 because they're not making huge content. Well, what that means is, if you don't increase the amount of money going into the pool, then that means your original 10 creators that were making 100,000 each will no longer make 100,000 because all these other small creators have pulled off $1, 52 cents, 47 cents. So by the time you pay off all the nobodies, there's only, say, 400,000 left. Well, then those big creators are like, well, fuck this, I'm not making the same kind of money I was. And they leave. And they go to the next big thing. Remember, the people that are doing this shit for a living, Harris Heller said it best. He really did. The people that are making content for a living, they're not reacting to the trends. They're causing the trends. People started live streaming on TikTok in a vertical format. They met like Nutty forever. He's a great content creator coach for OBS, specifically for the OBS side. He does amazing things teaching people how to make their stream vertical look good. Well, now OBS does it for you. Well, it doesn't do it for you, but it helps you do it. Well, people like Nutty were already far ahead of the curve with their vertical streaming. They're not waiting for somebody to create the technology to make it happen. They're looking at the problem and saying, what do I need to do? And Nutty makes his money by teaching people what the next logical step is. He makes the video. It's that, how shall I say, it's that entrepreneur spirit that keeps some creators all the way up here. Come on, click away, let's go. Click, click. I think I like this room better with the bounce sniper rifle. But no, there's still a ton of money to be made for streamers that come out. VTubing was the thing everybody got into, and then now there's so many VTubers. Then right now we've got the big VR push. The only difference with the big VR push is not everybody has a VR rig. So, when more and more people get VR rigs, they're gonna find the VR streamer space is already saturated. It's kind of like, Chrono Odyssey should come out early next year, hopefully. You'll have a bunch of people that'll move to Chrono Odyssey, and then big creators won't be able to make money. What do I think about IRL streaming? Double-edged sword with IRL streaming. I think a lot of IRL streamers are ruining it for everybody else. There are people who like IRL stream from Disney, and Disney has emphatically said you're not allowed to do this. And so you'll occasionally see people down at like Disney or Universal Studios. You know they're live streaming, and then a few minutes later they get approached by security, and that's the end of it because they don't have permission to do it. Especially when they continue to IRL stream on rides. Now, I think you have to already have an established audience that gives a shit about you before IRL streaming is viable. Like, or you have to be doing some wild and crazy shit that gets virally shared. I think, like many other things, IRL streaming is for some people. It's not for me. And the reason why it's not for me is my office is set up for me to stream out of. I share those parts of my life that I choose to share. I don't want to share every part. Oh shit. I didn't know you guys were popping now. I don't want to share every part of my life. Some people do. Some IRL streamers are okay with that. I'm not. That's not the deal. My family hasn't agreed to be part of the content. And again, for the people that are really good at it, they're really good at it for a reason. More power to them. No hate. Nothing but love. The people that are really good at it, they're really good at it for a reason. You're not gonna show me the mods. Ooh, saucy. Get over here. What did I just see? Saucy. Okay, great mod. Terrible fucking stats. Yeah, and the girls that push the envelope, right? I don't know that particular person, but I do know that a lot of the girls that push the envelope, they're not pushing the envelope. They're straight, you know, gang fucking the envelope. They're just not doing it on Twitch. They don't make it a secret that you can find them on other platforms. If you know what I mean. And that's where they make their big money. Like there was a girl, I'm not gonna say who it is because she's asked me not to. She was a small, she doesn't, yeah, but there's lots that do. There was a girl, she was a streamer, she was a medium streamer, but she was in the small sliver of medium. She was about 150 viewers, about 1,300 subs. And she had 2 really lucrative partnerships. And that's why 1,200 subs, ads, and these 2 partnerships allowed her to live her life. And then she lost her 2 partnerships. And she, of course, didn't listen to the other part of Papa J where I say, if you're making good money, you can't live on all the money you make every month. You have to put half of the money that you make has to go to pay for the next month until you're 3 years ahead. And then when you're 3 years ahead, half of the money you make goes for retirement. Because you're not going to get a pension. You're not going to get, you'll get Social Security if you pay your taxes properly. But she didn't do that. She was living the good life. Every month, spending all the money she made. Well, then she comes to me and she's like, I don't know what to do. I was like, well, you're fucked. I said, because streamers should always assume 100% of their fan-donated money will disappear at the top of the next month. So she started an OnlyFans. Well, how the hell is a person gonna learn if she can start an OnlyFans and within 72 hours of starting the OnlyFans, she's already cleared like $13,000? And I'm not hating on the girls that do OnlyFans. I'm hating on the fact that how are they gonna learn? Because you got what, a year, maybe 2, maybe if you're lucky. If you can grow really, really quickly, sure. But it kind of makes, it kind of puts a clock on how long you're going to be getting that income. Like, there's a girl I know, she makes anywhere between $40,000 and $260,000 a month on OnlyFans. She listened. She listened and she treated it like a business. She bought properties, turned them into rentals. And now she said, yeah, like, I want you to think of it this way. I forgot who the girl is. She's the, I'm sorry, I don't talk in an uwu voice. I don't know what you expected me to do. She's the girl that was making, she got asked a question. If a Tesla costs $40,000, how many Teslas a month do you make? She makes 4.5 Teslas. Well, girls making anywhere between $40,000 and $250,000 a month. She was spending it all. She had like a group of like 6 followers, like real life people who were, they were groupies. And so she was taking them to like Disney and fucking private jets and, you know, VIP suites. And every month she's burning through all her money. I said, well, stop fucking doing that. Treat it like a fucking business. Treat your body like an investment. Go to college, get an education, do your shoots, put that money into real estate, and then when your body no longer brings in $250,000 a month, you'll have 10 or 12 properties bringing you in, you know, say you're bringing in 1,000 each property. You know, you're making $12,000 a month. You can fucking live on $12,000 a month. I don't know too many people who would, if I said, hey, you're going to live on $12,000 a month. I don't know too many people that would say I can't do it. She got smart about it. Finished her degree. Did a double degree in real estate something. Not agent, but real estate something and marketing. And I'm like, good. Well done. She also said it's a lot better when you have less friends who aren't really your friends. Because when the money dries up and the people disappear, they weren't ever your friends. They were friends with your money. You don't want people to be friends with your money. You want people to be friends with you. Why do I have no music? But yeah, you're exactly. You want people to be friends with you, not friends with your money. That's why I say to people, you ever win the lotto, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to try to tell you to get a financial advisor and a lawyer and all these people, and you need to get all those people. But here's the problem. If you don't already speak the language, you need a person that's going to speak the language on your behalf and make sure you're not being taken advantage of. It's great to say, oh, I got myself a lawyer who specializes in lotto winnings. Yeah, and they take a percentage and tell them to fuck themselves. Like, no offense, but a lawyer who says, well, I specialize in doing lotto cases, but I take a percentage. What you specialize in is taking a percentage of lotto winners' winnings. That's all you specialize in. Instead, you're going to take a flat fee. Yeah, keep me in mind. Here's the deal. I will tell you outright. Here's the same deal I tell everybody. If you ever win the lotto, I'll take my 4%, but only my 4%. I won't cheat you, I won't rob you, and I won't let other people cheat you and rob you. 4% is a fucking rounding error. You won't even notice it's gone. But you'll certainly notice it's gone if your fucking lawyer takes 21%. Fucking bullshit lawyers. It's like, I hear people say all the time, you never take the annuity payment. You only ever take the lump sum because you'll make more money across the years than you would make. Okay, you know what? Let me tell you the truth. It's great that you're saying that to the person. However, break. If they were a financial fucking beast, they wouldn't be buying lotto tickets in the first place. And then they look at you and they're like, oh yeah. Sometimes it makes sense to take the lump sum payout. Sometimes it makes a lot of sense to take the lump sum payout. Other times, for certain winnings, it makes more sense to take the structured annuity. Because if my first question to people is, are you bad with money? Yes or no? Yes, I'm terrible with money. Take the structured annuity. Why? Because what fucking trouble can you get into that can't be solved by the $50 million you're gonna get on this date next year and for every year for the next 18 or 28 years? Like, like, are you willing to go to college? Well, what do I got to go to college for? I have all this money. Oy vey. Are you willing to go to college and learn how to manage your money? Well, no, I'll just give it to somebody to manage. Okay, so you understand that the person that you give it to manage isn't going to be concerned about lowering your tax liability. They're going to be worried about increasing their commission, right? Well, it's fine as long as I keep getting more money, but you won't get more money. Never mind. You don't know what you're doing. Take the fucking annuity payments. Take what's left every year and put it into a money market account. You'll be just fine. You'll have fuck you money. You'll have money where you'll never have a job again. Although, you should always have a job. You should always have a job. Even if you're a multimillionaire, you should always have a job. Because you should always have a business. Because you should always have income. So that you can pay Social Security. In case everything goes tits up. You always have a fallback plan. Well, I wouldn't go tits up if I had $1.8 billion. Well, you see, unfortunately, there's been lots of people who have felt that way. And lots of people that go back to work 3 years after winning a major lotto. So, yeah, there might just be a reason why people give this advice. You know, there's nothing funnier to me than the people that win like $200 million and then within 4 years they're back working a job because they have no money left. The guy that bought like everybody in his family a car and a house, and he wanted a private plane, and he didn't understand how much that actually costs. Yeah, it's fucking tragic. You're absolutely right. Absolutely tragic. It hurts my soul to see those people. Because you know what really hurts my soul? When you see somebody win like $400 million and then they're fucking broke within 4 years. If you had given me the $400 million, you would never be broke. And we need to find, what is it we're looking for? Growing Pains 3. You would never be broke, and with that kind of money, I could have radically churned around 40 lives, 40 families. So, like, I could have helped 40 families with the amount of money that you had. And instead, you made lawyers rich. I hate when I do that. I hate the changes they've made. I absolutely hate the changes. I absolutely hate this shit. Even safely investing in a large sum could help a lot of people. Yes. Absolutely. Like, abso-fucking-lutely. I'm tired of having to clean all these boxes all the time. I really need to fix this thing or get rid of it until it works properly. No, you're absolutely right. It's like my stepmother passed away at the end of September. Nobody told me. I didn't know. My stepmother passed away, and my father's not long for the world now that she's gone. I mean, my father's lost 2 wives now. He doesn't have a lot left. It's like, I know what's gonna happen with my family. My dad's gonna pass, and then there's gonna be the inevitable fight over dad's money. I don't give a shit about dad's money. Like, I don't need it. Like, if my brother and my sister need money, like, whatever, like, if my dad left me anything, great. If he didn't leave me anything, fucking great. He knows I don't need it. It kind of shocks me. Like, I wasn't gonna spend my whole fucking life waiting for my father to die so that I could start enjoying life, right? Like shit, just people are fucking weird when it's like there's fucking money to be made. I guess for me, because I've been rich and I've been poor, and I was poor, I was rich, I was poor again, I was rich again, and I decided I really like rich and I really hate poor. Like, shit's not going the way I want it to, okay? And, well, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go make more fucking money. I'm gonna go make more money, because it seems like the right thing to do. It seems like I don't want to be poor, so it seems like I should go make some more money. Tension in my family started over inheritance. I love my family, not their money. Right, exactly. Like, I love my dad. Like, my siblings can fight over whatever the fuck. I just want the photo albums. They're not even in any of the pictures, so why the fuck would they care? I just want the photo albums. Give me that shit, and you guys can all fight about it. Like, I don't give a fuck. It's like, if I inherit anything from my dad, where's it gonna go? Right into my kid's college fund, because I don't need it. I'm not like waiting on it. Like, I have a friend who got pissed off at me because I am not the friend. I am not the person to try that. Not you guys. I am not that friend to say shit like, go ahead and say the mean thing. And you think I'm not gonna say the mean thing, because I'm gonna say the motherfucking mean thing, right? Friend of mine, well, former friend of mine, I guess now, because they fucking yelled at me and haven't apologized. I don't think people understand who the fuck I am. I didn't talk to a brother for fucking 20 years. You're a friend, motherfucker. I didn't talk to blood for 20 years. I sure as shit ain't gonna come and talk to you. But she was mad when her grandmother died. All her siblings got like $20 some odd thousand, and she got 5. And she was like, well, I can't believe that my siblings got more than I did. And I was like, isn't that the grandmother who had to pay off your college loans because she co-signed for you, and then you just fucked off and didn't pay them? She's like, well, I didn't know my grandmother would have to pay that. Yeah, motherfucker. That's once they realize that the top signer is a piece of shit not paying their debts, they go after the co-signer. Because, I may lose my internet. I don't know why. In the year 2025, my town, we lose the internet in the rain. But I'm like, yeah, once they realize that the top line person isn't gonna pay the bill, they go after the co-signer. So your grandmother probably was out 15 grand paying your fucking loan, and that's why your grandmother gave you 15 grand less. Like, it's not like she didn't love you equally. It's you fucked her over. I swear, man, we need to teach finance in school. But we also have to teach common sense and decency. Oh yeah, Growing Pains 2 is what I was looking for. Never did that. Over here real quick. Back over here real quick. Okay. We have 3. Oh, I gotta destroy that. Destroy that. 4, 5, 5, 4, and we want Growing Pains. Or yeah, we want growing pains. We have it. Wish we'd stop doing that. Growing pains 1. Growing pains 2. Growing pains 2. Growing pains 3. We got quite a few of these little fuckers. That's 1. I don't want 1. I want 2 or 3. Again, it would be awesome if they would put in the fucking sort thing from the event. I just saw a 4-5, did I not? A 5-4. It's a 4-5. No bad trait. You fucking hate mods? I told you, man. Have I thought about making a lesson plan so people can learn independently? Yes, it's one of the things that I will now start working on, a little bit more often. I don't know if you were here when I said it. I have developed a nerve condition where, all of my nerves, I feel like I'm in hot water all the time. I have small cluster neuropathy in my hands, my feet, and in a nerve near my heart. I'm learning to live with it. I'm an addict. I'm a recovered addict, and I'm trying really, really, really hard to not use painkillers or anything that I'll get addicted to. I don't want to get addicted to painkillers again. I don't want to get addicted to benzodiazepines again. But it's fairly painful, and I've been learning to live with it. There is no cure. It is something that I've known since birth would probably occur. But it is what it is. What? What are you? Oh, those are the 2 that I threw out earlier. Let me throw these out over here. So now that I'm learning to live with it, I'll get better. Like this morning I was up at 7:30. I just have to get up earlier. I spend a lot of time just sitting in a cold bath because I'm in pain. But I'm learning to live with it. One thing that does piss me off though, I've shared on the show, I have PTSD, and a very common comfort for people with PTSD is to wear shoes all the time. I now can't wear shoes all the time because of the foot pain. So I'm always uncomfortable because I'm like, where the fuck are my shoes? fucking sucks. Okay. We need to find somebody with growing pains 2. It's like this. Chephosaurus with 1+. What are you doing with 1+? You don't go pick stuff. What are you doing? Let's go. That's growing pains 3. Growing Pains 3, but it's on a 5-3. It's on a 5-4. What are you? 4-4? Growing Pains 2? Welcome to the cause, my brother. Alright. Have I tried slippers or sandals? No, I mean, I have sandals, I have flip-flops. I just prefer to be in actual shoes. 4-5, 5-4. That's what I want. And then I want... Okay. Let me make my little note here. No, because this guy isn't this isn't gonna get crossbred against the other one. This is me trying to figure out, and I don't think there is any rhyme or reason. I do not believe there is any rhyme or reason at all. But I want to see if that comes out as a 5-5. If there was any sort of rhyme or reason, I would be really happy. Like, I would be ecstatic, because it would be nice if reliably, and I don't care how hard the work is, right? But I'd also like to know why this guy can't be fused, because he should have a fusion chance on him, because he wasn't used to fuse. So it's a piece I don't understand. Why is it I can grow blue mushrooms, I can use them, I can get them, but if I get one, I can't fuse it? And I didn't notice that, and because I was going to take this one and another one, and so now I've got to try to figure out if there's any rhyme or reason for why he can't be fused again. Unless they don't want you doing. Like, see, that one says can't be fused. I know that one has never been used in fusion. Oh, it must be saying can't be fused because he's in the box. That must be what that is. I was gonna say, I know the blue mushrooms can be fused. I know they can. I bet you they end up changing the system in the future. A single blue shroom in Pokemon? That's interesting. Yeah, because, I mean, they have fusion chances on them. That's a 4-5. That's a 5-4. And see, I never understand if, honestly, if it's, do you have better chances if you only use the same deviation? I can't even remotely imagine that's the case. I don't want to use Doc Teddy. Use Grumpy Bulb instead. It's like I just have so many. Oh, they already said they're changing it. This is still a beta one. One of the patch this month is supposed to change the breeding chances. And once anyone figures anything out, Starry changes shit. Well, the change to not downgrade was put in already. I'll be right back. I need more tea. Alright, sorry about that. I left the office, and then, of course, all the cats were like, Dad's out of the office. No kitties, it's not playtime. So a 5-4 and a 4-5. What are you gonna give me? A 4-5. So there is no rhyme or reason to this. There's no rhyme or reason at all. I'm not gonna... mess around with this anymore. I'm gonna wait until... I'm just gonna keep collecting and sorting until they've decided what they're gonna do. Oh, Rail, you'll laugh about this if you're still here. A couple of years ago, my mother-in-law gave me a cookbook. They bought us a slow cooker because we didn't have one. I'm sure we did. We just... I'm sure they decided that we didn't have a... I'm sure the one I had wasn't good enough. Whatever the fuck their problem was. So they bought us a slow cooker and a cookbook. I've never looked at it. I make what I make. I know what I make. I know what I like. I make it. I've got chili in the pot. It's yesterday's chili. Today it'll be even more potent. It's always more potent the next day. So I'm sitting at the dinner table because I want to buy the groceries for the diet. I want to, you know, look through and find things that I can actually eat for my solid meal of the day. And I'm looking at this cookbook, and all these recipes are like what the fuck? Like, to be pretty blunt about it, these recipes are all a bunch of white people who can't cook food recipes. Like, I'm reading these things, and it's like, what the fuck is this book? I look at the front of the cover, I read the introductory chapter. It's one of those cookbooks that is assembled by a publishing company, and everybody in the fucking world just submits what they think is good food. Like, can we all be honest with ourselves for a moment? You probably make some really good things, but you're not a chef. Unless you are a chef. But honestly, the recipes you make might work for your family, and it's great if you share them on like the internet. But like a book of random ass people's family recipes has got to be up there in the top like 10 scams of all time. Like, how do we make money, guys? We publish a book of recipes that people give us, and there's no rhyme or reason with these fucking recipes either. Yeah, this is pork chops and mandarin oranges. The fuck, what? The fuck you serving? Pork chops and mandarin oranges? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna take 2 cans of crushed pineapple, you're gonna take a can of sliced, not crushed mandarin oranges, you're gonna take 3 Carolina Reapers. Nope. Look, man, I see a recipe that calls for a Carolina Reaper. That recipe goes right in the fucking trash. That recipe is done. 3 Carolina Reapers? There ain't no fucking recipe in the world that calls for 1 Carolina Reaper. Carolina Reaper for people who've like drank gasoline and licked too many batteries and they no longer have taste buds. Like 3 Carolina Reapers? What the fuck is wrong with you? That ain't even legal. A fucking war crime. I'm gonna put a fucking warning label on that shit. A warning. This food is the greatest diet ever because you will lose everything in your intestinal tract. White people cooking is so fucking bland 9 out of 10 times. Well, American white people. Did anyone teach you to cook, or is it microwave and boil your best? Right, exactly. Like, not going out of my way to be mean, not going out of my way to be a jerk. But, like, somebody said to me, like, it's the white people, black people thing, or I shouldn't say the white people, black people. I should say the white people, Southern thing. We're having barbecue. Look, man, hot dogs and hamburgers are made on a barbecue, but they are not barbecue. Barbecue is like brisket, ribs, smoked chicken. Grandma's homemade pasta sauce. Special ingredient is store-bought can of garlic and herb spaghetti sauce. Oh my god, Wolfgar, let me tell you. Let me fucking tell you. Hope none of my family are watching. Growing up, my grandmother made this amazing coleslaw. She made this amazing fucking coleslaw, right? And she wouldn't give the recipe to anybody. And so as she got a little bit older, she got cataracts, she couldn't drive. So she said to me, she's like, come here, I need you to do something. I said, what's that? She said, I need you to go to Dominic's. I said, Grandma, I don't shop at Dominic's. I shop at Jewel Osco. She's like, shut up, boy. And I was like, yes, ma'am. She says, I need you to go to Dominic's. I said, okay. What for? She's like, buy a 5-gallon or 5-quart or what, 5 whatever, it's got to be quart, thing of coleslaw. I said, okay. And she's like, and then get a small jar of Miracle Whip. And I'm just like, oh no. No. You're telling me all this time Grandma's coleslaw is a fucking store-bought with an extra dollop of fucking Miracle Whip? Yup. That's what the fuck it was. You bet your ass. Grandma's famous coleslaw was fucking store-bought in Miracle Whip. And by the way, can I just say Miracle Whip is fucking disgusting? Like, Miracle Whip is a gross fucking product to begin with. Yeah. Famous my ass. Dogs and burgers on the grill is not only I don't feel like cooking, but dogs and burgers on the grill is very much so I'm broke and I'm trying to feed the kids and stretch till payday. Yeah. I saw this thing on Twitter and they were like, these are white people pancakes and these are black people pancakes. And the white people pancakes are perfectly circle and they're golden brown And you can tell that they were made with absolutely no love. They were made with absolutely loathing and hatred for their entire family. And then you see the quote, black people pancake, and it's a whole cake. You clearly tell it was made with bacon grease. And I'm like, I don't know what the deal is, man, but I know which pancake I'm ordering, and I know which pancake I made. Like, my God. I say this all the time. I'm Irish. I hate white people food. I hate white people food. I like Mediterranean food. I like Greek people food. I love me Italian food. I love Middle Eastern food. You know, it amazes me. You tell people you like falafel, and they give you a weird look. Like, have you ever had it? I shouldn't talk about food because I'm on a diet, but I love me a gyro. And man, I hate going to a fucking place like Spangles out in Kansas where they have the gyro. They say they have a gyro, but then you look in the back and they don't have the lamb on the rotisserie. What they have is they have strips of lamb and wax paper that they put on the grill. No, that's not a gyro. That's a lamb pita. Gyro has to be cut from the rotating leg of lamb. Come on now. What are we doing? It's like somebody said to me once, well, if I like gyros, I'll like lamb chops, won't I? No. Different cut. Different cut, different flavor. Different food altogether. And trust me, I'm not a chef. There's two types of people you should trust when it comes to food. Number two, in second place, is a chef. Trust a chef. Number one is a fat guy. You want to know what food is good and what food is not good? Trust a fat man. Place I go, Chocolate Emporium, they sell macaroons. Didn't buy a box. I wanted a box. I wonder how badly we're losing. We've lost every week's competition so far. Oh, there. Where are you going? Where you going, Sparky? Can I finally get a camera, please? Camera. No, a level 5 atomic snail. If this is a 5/5 atomic snail, I'll show you. It's me mitts. This is a 5/5. It's a 5/2. Okay. Hit F3. Going to Visional Wheel. Going to Omen of Affliction. We're losing 410 to 662. They are kicking our ass. We lost week 1. We lost week 2. Yeah, look at the vote. Look at the perks you can vote on. It's because the people that submit for us every week submit to the bad ones. It is what it is. Apparently it's no King's Day in DC. The one the one that everyone dumps points into is the one that gives less points. That affects the other team. In between, the points you put in are the buffs you're giving to the other side. So they gave us drops extra lunar whispers, takes 10% more damage but contributes 10% fewer points, and shield equal to 2%. And we gave them the same. Yeah, the ones you're voting on affect the other team. Which that, in and of itself, like, sorry, I gotta sit back. My back's killing me still. I gotta get that. They're still trying to get that disc to go. Slide back in. This feature right here is a really, really good way to handle like head-to-head competition in a PvE environment. Do an event and then have servers compete against each other, but we affect the outcome by affecting what you face. Really, 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 really good system. Not executed perfectly, but on paper, really, really good system. Suppose I should invite people, huh? Be nice. And it is lunar time. My dog that way, he can have most of that. Ah. I do love this gun. This gun makes me happy. I'm glad they finally made a gun that I actually enjoy playing. I mean, I didn't mind the Kuma Wink. Grow my stream. No. Kick has got to get their bots under control. Twitch, I'm only showing Twitch chat. No bully. Twitch is so fucking weird. You can multi-stream, but you can't show anybody else's chat. You can only show the chat from Twitch. Like, guys, why do you think so many streamers are going to Kick? Because Kick's partner program pays $28 an hour to stream. If I was actually trying to live off this money, I would definitely get into the partner program. I would try, like, without a doubt, if you look at where the profitability is, you want to go to Twitch, or you want to go to Kick. You can get into their partner program and get $28 an hour. Why would you not do that? I'm gonna be pissed when they unfuck the bingo with the P90. You know, I kind of agree with you, except I don't think they'll ever unfuck the bingo with the P90. And the moment they make bingo a crit weapon, then you know they've given up on weak spot. Now, I would never run the bingo as a crit weapon because it has 95% weak spot damage. So in order to run it as a crit weapon, you can't run that helmet mod, and then you're still aiming for the weak spot anyway, but you're doing it with 10% less crit and 30% crit rate and 30% less crit damage. Right now, I'm generally at 80% crit rate. I can do 84 if I'm in my Lone Wolf gear. Which is, to be honest, once your crit rate gets to 84%, I could see them doing an SK crit bullseye. I could see them doing that too. But I don't want to insult the developers, but I think the developers don't really understand guns. Because the bullseye, the bingo, with the gear that I have, in order to make it worthwhile, it needs to be hitting for about double what it does. Otherwise, we're kind of stuck in a point where it's not worth using a single target weapon. Now, what I thought they were gonna do for the bingo, I thought that they were going to add an AoE component to it. Because right now, weak spot builds don't generally have AoE. And the way they've designed most of their encounters, you get swarmed. Now, you could, like I said, you could run the P90 as a secondary weapon weak spot. If you were like, that's what I would run if I was gonna run bingo primary. I would run the P90 as my backup weapon, because the only time with the bingo that I ever get into trouble is when a bunch of shit gets on top of me. I love people. You can't see the chat. I have the chat blurred out, but people still call out level 5 lunar deviations that people leave behind. Like, yeah, I left it behind for a reason. I don't want that shit. I'm also not opening any more lunar crates until I finish this crit nonsense. No, not all the AoE. Well, you know, they could do it similar. Because remember, it would take quite a while to cook off 12 rounds in the bingo. Because the most I've ever, the best I've ever gotten my bingo is eight rounds. So you're still talking a full mag clear and a reload. But what I will say is, you are right. If they gave it an AoE, based on attack, that would probably be spicy. It'd probably be a little too spicy. Yeah, Ruthless Reaper, but the problem with Ruthless Reaper is that you end up in a situation where it's not the best alternative. But you're also still talking about, I get my AoE proc about every 3 seconds. You'd still only get it. It would be a while with the bingo. Okay, so if you were cheating it and using the stutter step forward, that would probably, yeah, that'd probably be broken. I forget some people use the stutter step for the bingo. I don't. It's not how the weapon is intended to be used, so I don't use it that way. That guy is like the candy van person. Look at that. He's got a lot of arrows that he wants you to go in there. I don't trust that. I didn't realize it would take this long. Yeah, that calibration. The problem is that particular calibration. That particular calibration, it hurts you all around. Because it doesn't give you the bolt speed, it doesn't give you the fire rate, it doesn't give you the attack. That's not exactly my first choice for what I would want for a good calibration. Kind of like that calibration works well for the bounce, because you get up to about 9 bullets in your bounce magazine. When you miss, you get a bullet reloaded and 15% damage on your next shot. But that, if you've done your Bermini bounce rifle right, that next shot is gonna hit 9 targets, and the 15% stays on all the hits. Okay. Yeah, if the big damage was based off proccing with AoE, then you would want that for the extra 15% attack. Absolutely. See, I just wish that they would go back and I wish that they would go back, realize they completely messed up elemental damage, and fix that. And understand that, yeah, you broke it. Did I already loot? No, I didn't. Like, just fix the shit. It's not cool for people that spent a long time building their gear sets that the shit don't work right. It's like, I'm not asking you to cure cancer. I'm not asking you to make the game easy. I'm asking you to make the game make fucking sense. Like, I dedicated a year to playing Bullseye, playing Weak Spot, and then it was painstaking to clear content. And then I switched to Bounce, built my crit set, and the crit set, half of it transferred over to the P90 set. And it works well. It works beautifully. But again, the P90 is just stupidly broken. Just like the crossbow was stupidly broken. And what I think is the funniest part of that, instead of them tuning the crossbow, they didn't tune the crossbow. They simply made the next weapon even more disgusting. Like, how do we fix this? Oh, we don't. they need to quit this buff, nerf, balance, nerf shit with every gun. Well, yeah, but they're using a page out of the MOBA playbook. How do we get people to come back and play the game, or how do we get people to stay with the game? Make the next weapon we release completely overpowered and disgusting. Come get some, big boy. It's so broken. This weapon is just so dumb. Ooh, shiny. $227, I'll take that. Used to take me 6 minutes with bounce. And that one takes that long due to phases. Nothing says easy like waiting on the game to figure out you already overdamaged its current phase. Yeah. Have you? Oh, here, I'll show you how dumb, how fucking dumb this shit is. This is so dumb. This will take me an extra like 15 seconds because I don't have. Oh shit! Hi. What you doing here, buddy? I don't have zap cam. Shooting at me, son. Not nice, and I don't like it. Used to be 2 guys down here. You go on a coffee break? The fool is just a mechanic they need to take out. It's just fucking annoying. We're gonna introduce an entire game of a way to play with low sanity and low health. Oh, really? Yeah, and then we're gonna put a thing in that you can't kill and drags you to the underrealm. Oh, sounds like fun. The damn other thing got me. I've tried Pokemon. Oh shit, he's here and he's mad at me. 44 seconds. 44 whole seconds. That shouldn't even be legal. Did you know that the traits like Diamond Duke or Christmas or whatever else the Nutcrackers have, you can transfer those traits? It's so dumb. The Fool is replaced by level 46 by the Wind. Every time she pops up, she's got a Psy Beam ready and talk about not turning your head and cough. Oh, wow. I'm not. Yep. The Nutcrackers, you can pull the stats off of. That's really easy if you're just going for deviations, because I don't know why, but Nutcrackers seem to spawn like every other fight. So it takes you, if I actually brought the camera and then used rare armor, I would burn through that in like 29 seconds. still think it's broken that the turrets help your trigger count for your AoE. Hello, Sparky. Oh, it's only a level 3. I'll take you, but your fodder. One minute, 9 seconds. What the hell? What took so long? Another doggy. That's a level 4. Good Sparky. Yeah, it's just, I wish there was a better way. I wish there was a more fun way to get mods than just mindlessly grinding the dungeons over and over. There's just no way to there's just no good way to get mod fodder. I remember when this dungeon was the one that was killing us because it was the only way to get, before we could combine mods, the mask mod was the one that we needed and we could never get. Like, every other mod you had like decent, and then you're here over and over and over rolling this one trying to get a mask mod. And just after I'd gotten my good mask mod, they were like, oh, good news, metas, we're introducing a completely different way to get suffixes. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. We're putting in the high-risk public events. What we need is more engaging activities that give us better rewards. Like, I want a function that automatically crushes any mod that's not level 7 or above. Like, I don't even want this shit in my backpack. This shit takes up space. And again, I don't mind if they say every dungeon run you run, you get one of these charms, and it takes 100 charms to make the mod you want. I'd have no problem running a dungeon 100 times, 200 times. But what I hate is, I'm gonna be pissed off if after running enough mods to get 200 violence, if I don't end up, I have 3 mods that I need to upgrade. I would like 2 out of 200 pieces of fodder. If I don't get that, I'm gonna be a little fucking torqued. Yeah, they need to add the damage specific mods back to Great Ones in Prime Wars. Yeah. They also, like, the Resonance mods, people that don't understand the Resonance mods are good for one build. And you have to have a very specific mod for the Resonance mod to be of any value. But unfortunately, lots of people think that the Resonance mods are great, and they're really not. People think that by doing, like, some people I've talked to, they think the Resonance mod means if you do elemental damage and you get crit damage, you get both elemental and crit damage. And I'm like, no, that's not what the mod says. That's not even remotely what the mod says. What it says is, if you do elemental damage, then you increase your crit damage. If you do weak spot, you increase your crit damage. But Resonance mods are really, really good for corrosion, jaws, little jaws. I think outer space. Beyond that, the Resonance mods aren't good. Turn your ugly ass to the side. What cheese? There's no cheese here. No cheese here at all. We are not cheesy people here. I do like that we can teleport. That makes me happy. Oh, because if they're not going to have any other survival. Oh, you like that I took a break so that he could come to terms with his death? Well, I didn't really take a break. He had the red light on and I couldn't move, and I couldn't hit the last ones. I wasn't really taking a break. I wasn't like giving him a few extra moments to life. I mean, 145% weapon damage is just absurd to begin with. But when we take that up to 182% and 186%, time out. Time out, I'm changing belts. That's right. Relax, guys. I only have 104 rounds. I only have 104 rounds, so you're gonna have to share. And see, they did. They share so nicely. I did like what they did to your gun, the boom boom. We're gonna give it 40 more rounds, but we're gonna increase its reload time. Just in case you want to go make a fucking sandwich between fucking reloads. Like, what the fuck was that? One of the biggest problems. What is your total reload now? Like 6.5 seconds? Like, what the fuck? Like, you want to get in this fight here? Shit, fuck off, I had to reload. All the fucking things they do to that gun. I know. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. The nice part is, with a base magazine of 100, everything you get, like, base magazine of 100, and then you get 10%, 8%, 8%, 8%. You can get a seriously large, you know, magazine on that thing. And then you use the chest mod where when you use a healing pack, you reload. Yeah, it's a 5-second reload to start. It's a large machine gun, man. What do you expect? Now it's like 8 seconds. Yeah, but can't you just cheese the shit out of that with what is it? Reload Rampage. Every 2 kills, refill your magazine, and then the chest. Every time you use a healing stim, reload. I mean, of course, the healing stim bug is back, so, like, stop putting the bugs back in. You solved it. We don't need the bug. That's why we used to burn through 500 stems a week. It was a better option for you to stem back to full than to fuck about. Excuse me, with reloading. I do like my other build for this though, and I mean I can go think. Every 2 kills, I reload. Every 2 kills, I reload back to 104 rounds. That's just a war crime in and of itself. They didn't even give me an H37. Those dirty bastards. By the way, in just a little bit of time that I've been doing shit, 5.75 million now. Yeah, I think I've been playing for a while because I have all of the statues. Only 534 Astresium crates. Not even what I came in here for. I got distracted. I have 2 different aerial leaps. Why aren't they stacking? Oh yeah, this week, Bloodlines 2 comes out. I will be playing that. I think I have to add a show on this week. I think it comes out on Tuesday. Another game. I love Vampire the Masquerade. I remember when this guy used to be hard. Eight minutes? What the? Oh, that's right. I stopped and got distracted. That guy. I remember when that guy used to actually be hard. Because we couldn't do enough damage fast enough, and then he would get the drones out. And you were just like, shit, I can't deal with all the drones. Now, he's just a speed bump. Oh, the guy at the end of Alpha, the Rosetta soldier at the end of Alpha. Yeah, by the time you looked, it said victory. Didn't even look. I don't even. It's so terrible the amount of farming I have to do to get to the number I want. I have 141 and I need 200. I want 200 violent mods and I don't even have 141 because I got a bunch of shit ones that I have to crush. I don't want anything below. I don't want anything below a level 7. Oh hey, an advanced robot. Oh hey. Oh, missed him. I'll blow up soon. Hi, buddy. Where's the elite? Over there. Can I sneak in? You're not? Nope. I toss 7s and belows. I keep 8s because of the number of 12s I get. 12 and 8 is 20. 2 20s is 40. A 10 and an 11 on the other side is 61, and that is an 11-point mod. So I keep 8s because I can cross them with 12s. $40 points on one side, 21 points on the other. The only reason why I do it this way is because that fucking lantern guy makes a nuisance of himself. Yeah, play with him. Oh, I can't play with him. Alright. My fucking pad. Yeah, the math on the mod system is sometimes bizarre and annoying as well. You weren't supposed to let him go. Why'd you let him kill me? jerk face. Oh god, I don't even want to think about how many of those I have. $143,000 armor mod parts. See, another thing that would be nice is if we could make mods out of armor mod parts. Like, I'm never gonna need... There's 143 back there. I am never gonna need 39,000 weapon mod parts or 143,000 armor mod parts. Like, why can't I do something with them? Like, let me come in here and be like, make. And again, I don't even give a shit if you make it an absurd cost. Oh, for 125,000, you can make the exact mod you want. Okay, well, how long is that gonna take me? A long fucking time. Open the door. Look, man, I'm getting tired of there being no chefs there. I need more chefs for my kitchen. Yeah, this is absurd. This is a lot of grinding. This is a whole lot. Oh. This is a whole lot of grinding. What's my crit and weapon at? My crit is 51% at 198% damage, and my weapon damage bonus is 193.9. And that's before stacking. That's before shooting anybody in the face. Although oh, and I take that back. Hold on. That's not entirely everything. The weapon out. Thank you. It's 198 plus 30 for my crit damage. Oh no, that's crit rate. Crit damage bonus is another 25%. So I'm at like 82% crit rate and 123% crit damage. Absolutely disgusting. You can just go ahead and call the ICC and have them arrest me. Sometime in the next day or two when I'm not streaming. You thought you were getting up there? Yeah, but dude, ready? Perfect roll. Perfect roll. No, that's a 16, I'm sorry. I'm one off from a perfect roll on that one, but I have gold weapon, gold crit. Gold weapon, gold crit. So that right there is 30%, that's 60% crit damage and 24% weapon damage. Don't feel bad, man. You still beat the dog shit out of me when it comes to you still beat the absolute dog shit out of me with talents and talent mods, because I have like none. You know what I think we need? If we're gonna keep making TV shows based off of like video games and tabletop games, we need a Warhammer series. But we need a Warhammer series that's not afraid to do the Necrons properly. I think a Warhammer series would be fucking fantastic. Your P90 stats stacked, or yours just standing there? Yeah, but remember, I have what, about a 6-7 month head start on you building out a crit set. I mean, and the way the mod drops are, like, I'll tell you outright, this mod right here, hold on, where the fuck's my gear? That mod right there was a drop. It dropped with those stats, and it pissed me off because it sent the second gold to hit points instead of weapon damage. And then I farmed the giant like 75 times, and this mod dropped like that. And again, max hit point was gray, and the last dot went into hit points instead of damage versus great ones. But that is why, like, I don't like RNG upgrades. I do not think RNG upgrades are a good idea, and I feel that way because you at least have one set. Now I know a person who has a 5.5 lunar dog with crack shot and a 5.5 lunar zap cam with crack shot. I've farmed the fucking Moon Lord. And the nice part is, just this time alone, right? I've done it enough to get 432 points. So it's not like I'm not doing the Moon Lord. It's not like I'm like, oh, I didn't get the drop. And how many times did you try? 6. No, I fucking ground the shit. The only reason why I have the 5.4 lunar dog is because you got it for me in Way of Winter. I 100% understand there has to be a gameplay loop that gets people to log back in. Yeah, I've only seen one deviation that has crack shot. I have one deviation with crack shot, and it's in Eland. If I remember correctly, it's on a Xeno Purifier, which is just about the most useless fucking deviation to have crack shot. And yet there's a player who got 2 5.5s. And like there, didn't even get a deviation. It's that level of frustration. Like, I know some people would say, oh, well, it's supposed to be the motivation to get you to play more. And I don't disagree. But it would be better if the reward came from effort, not luck. What's my head mod? In this set, it is Faithful Strike Lunar. Cannot deal weak spot damage. Crit rate 10%. Crit damage 30%. The reason why you run that mod on the P90, I'll show you. The P90, oh, I gotta get rid of this text over here. The P90 starts with 30% weak spot damage and 45% crit rate. Because the weak spot damage is 30% or less, you're swapping damage 1 for 1. You've been running momentum up. The problem is, what's your crit rate? Excuse me. What's your crit rate overall then? Because my crit rate starts at 51, and my crit rate goes up when I'm hitting a target with bullseye to 81.9, which is why it's just, you see like every fucking bullet coming out of this gun is yellow. How are you getting 40? Hold on. How are you getting 49.1 without the crit rate? Oh, yeah, 40. No, how are you getting 49.1? Because that's a fucking hell of a lot. I mean, I should be flat 7 to 10 higher than you because of the mod I'm running. So how the hell are you getting that high? Did you? I think you did. No, you did. You sent me my stats, but you didn't send me how you're getting them. Because I thought you were running the same. I thought you were running the same head mod. Where the fuck are you, you little spider? Are you running a blue? Are you running the blue mod chest piece for the 2% crit rate, or are you running lunar? Where did my dog go? Dude. Don't care about the fucking chowder. I can kill the chowder. Two lone wolf, 3 tides. Okay, so that's what I'm running. How the hell are you getting to 49%? Alright. Well, let me pick up at least 2 more chests before midnight so they'll reset, and then I'll... Because I'm also running the mask mod for hitting marked targets is 10%. That's where I get the extra crit rate on marked targets. Oh wait, guys. Time for your shenanigans. Guys, I don't have time for this. Oh yeah, if you're playing once human and you don't use the braised meat, or you don't use the food drops, the food drops are a great thing to sell to the vendors. If you're just looking to dump off junk. Also, stacks of tungsten are 50,000. If you're set up and you're already overproducing acid. Takes you about 2 minutes to go out and get all the tungsten ore you need. Assuming, of course, that you have the 4-perk furnace. Ooh, we're gonna be saucy. there in time and get the other one. Ooh, another 120 chest. I don't want that level 4 Xeno Purifier. I don't want that level 4 Pyro Dino. Well, somebody just said they did a 2-3 and a 4-3 and got a 5-5. Momentum up, targeted strike, crit boost. Crit boost. I'm running crit boost. And I have crit rate. I mean, I can pick up 2%. I gotta look at the calibrations I've picked up in the last week to see if I can pick up another 2%. I don't know how the fuck you're getting a 49% though. Because I'm at 51 with the mod that gives 10. It was like Arcade used to always piss me off. In Arcade, you could get 100% crit rate. Well, what the fuck's the point of having a crit rate chance if you can stack it up to 100%? Like, what are we doing here? No, I think this game still has a lot of potential. That's why I keep playing it. I do. What was the name of that game that you sent me the video for? It's another survival game, and it looks fucking amazing. I think Once Human has some serious competition and another game coming out. It's kind of like if you think back to a huge company like Epic Games. Not only did they kill off their other product, but they killed off pretty much half of Fortnite, because what they looked at and what they saw was rules of engagement, the gray state. Yeah, if you guys are looking for an interesting game, I recommend looking up the trailer for that. But when Epic Games was infinitely successful, they stayed infinitely successful by getting rid of their BR and getting rid of basically the save the world side of Fortnite. They focused on one thing. They focused on the thing that they had like millions of concurrent players. And I know for people like me, I really loved Fortnite Save the World. I loved that side of the game. But I understand why they stopped supporting it so much, because you want to put all your effort into making this product, this thing, so it's as simple as possible for people to understand. You don't want there to be a lot of confusion. We want everybody to understand our product is this, and they did that very quickly. Everybody came to understand that Fortnite was an open world battle royale game. And it also helped that at the time, the world's largest streamer was playing the game like 9 hours a day. So it was a good window. I think Starry needs to understand that their crossover with Palworld is cool and all, but not if it comes at the expense of a bullshit fusion system that doesn't really work for the other players. It's like right now they have Pokemon players, they have PvEers, they have PvPers, and everybody's waiting for their thing to get worked on. Like, they released the Pokemon thing at the same time, and I shouldn't call it the Pokemon thing, I should call it the Palworld thing. But they released the Palworld thing at the same time as they released the Lunar Visional Cycle 2. Well, why? Why would you release those two things on top of each other? Because what's fucked is Palworld has a solid combination system. Right. Now, again, I'm not saying that we have to make it an automatic upgrade. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying you already have a upgrade system, right, in the mods. So why didn't you copy it? Like, you're putting in a 5-5 and a 5-4. This is where you're at. So in the middle, dropping another 3-3. Okay, now you know you're gonna get. You drop in a 5-5 and a 4-5, you're gonna get a 4-4. Dropping a 3-3, now you're gonna get a 5-5. Just let people know what the outcome is gonna be. You can make it harder. You can say instead, you have to crush this many deviations in the crushing machine to get their medallions, and then you need X number of medallions. Like, there's a lot of ways you can do it. That's not just, oh, random bullshit math means you get an upgrade, or you don't. Like, I put in a 5-4 and a 4-5, and I didn't get it a 5-5, and another guy put in a 2-3 and a 3-4 or some shit, and he got a 5-5. That doesn't feel good. I'm sure at least one person saw that guy say that, and they're like, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm gonna go walk the dog. I'm gonna go play another game. I'll be right back. So we have a thunderstorm today, and I have 7 cats, and one of the cats, his name is Loki. He was a farm cat, and the farmer had to get rid of him, and so we took him in, and he must not have been the brave brother, His name was Boston, and the other brother was Cream. He must not have been the brave brother, because whenever there's a thunderstorm, he absolutely loses his shit. I don't even know where he's hiding right now. He's hiding somewhere, but I don't know where. Mamacita was also an outside cat. So she, I don't know where she's hiding. But these two have said, you know what? Fuck all a bunch of you. I don't feel like dealing with thunderstorms. Luckily, the thunderstorm has passed. I don't even know where they're hiding. That's how bad they hide. I don't actually know where they are. I just know they're somewhere. Oh, here he is. You heard your name? Come here. Oh, Stinky. He heard me call his name. I wasn't actually calling his name. He showed up. He's a good boy. Okay. So what are we looking for? We're looking... Hi, can I show you off? No. Dad, don't touch me. Dad, what are you doing? Dad, why are you trying to pick me up? Here he is. There he is. There's my orange cat. There's my orange cat energy. Did thunder scare you? Oh, I know where you were. You were in the box I put in the corner for the thunderstorms, huh? Is that where you were? I didn't even think to look there. I put a box in the corner for him so that he can be enclosed on all sides. Hopefully that's working for the little guy. All right. Madcap. Well, that's trash. We'll sort these here so that I can get rid of the bad ones. Don't need that. Split. Madcap 60 but elemental. Madcap 60 elemental. Madcap 60 elemental. Don't need that. Yeah, man, are you serious? Fucking terrible. This is just wrong. I hate cleaning up all these calibrations all the time. Let me check next door. Oh wait, fool. It's over here now. Look at that. 7,000 of them. Who needs this many calibrations? Let's see. Oh my god, that's a lot. It's 13.5. What do I have on the weapon right now? So that's 13.9. We got to do better than 13.9. Let's 13.1. Ten, 11, 12, 13, wait, 14, that's 15%. So that's better. Oh, that's a percent better. Get rid of all this, get rid of all the ones I don't need. So that'll help. Another percent. Hi, Loki. Which one is it? That one. So now 83% flat. That's I like it. It's a nice round number now. 53% crit rate. Still don't know how the hell you have 49% crit rate though. Yeah, how the fuck do you have 49%? Because I'm running a mod that gives me 10 more. So without that mod, I'd have 43. Means I'm 6 lower than you. And you can't pick up 6 from the mods. You could only pick up... So yeah, how the hell are you getting all that crit rate? Because I'm running crit boost. And crit boost and faithful strike are the only ways to get crit. Yeah, that's why I said after failing with 100 rolls and do 100 mods and doing 25 rolls, I'm just waiting until I can do 100 rolls at one time. Maybe the game will be like, he's fucking serious this time. Hold on, I gotta go find the other cat. All right. Oh, shit. All right. I found her. I felt bad. I didn't. It's like I was sitting here like, you know, I probably should go find her. How much should I spend to get only the outfit? None. 0. I stockpile the gems, and you get the gems when they give occasionally by Christian, and then you do the meta bounty. And as you do your meta bounty, right, you get Lightforge relics. Take the relics. What the fuck is it? Come in here and swap them for ingots. And then roll. What's up? It's another day, another dollar. Another day of covering this game. Another day of being upset with features they release that don't work the way they should. This annoys me right here. Coupon expiring soon. Every time you open up your bag, it tells you you've got a coupon expiring soon. I get it. I understand. It's a free-to-play game. I get it. I understand. They need to make money. It's just annoying as fuck. A lot of game companies are, I don't know anything about the game, and I'll never play it, but I enjoy people making educated opinions about mechanics. Also chocobos. Yeah. Did you know that in Final Fantasy XIV, you can breed chocobos? Good stuff. They also have... Final Fantasy XIV has an amazing... chocobo racing system. So it's a horizontal progression thing that doesn't impact the overall power of your character, but it gives you something to do. They also have, I forgot what it's called, that little minion battle army thing that a lot of people play. Those are the things that you put in your game because it keeps people playing without worrying about increasing power. Like somebody said the other day, how do you keep dungeons relevant? Okay. Well, the way I would keep dungeons relevant was if I was developing an MMO, I would build an entire strategic, you saying minion battle army thing just woke up 4 Nintendo lawyers. Well, probably. But it's not pets. It's minions. It's like army campaign. It's really well done. If I was releasing an MMO, I would create a card game. I would create a card game like Magic the Gathering or like Hearthstone, and I would have it all ready to go. And then 6 months before the launch of my MMO, I would launch the card game. And then I would make sure that the Steam or standalone client of the card game integrates seamlessly with the MMO before I launch it. It would work before we launch it. You see, then you have people playing the card game, and the cards they earn on the standalone launcher can be used in the game. But if you don't ever want to play the MMO, you can continue to play the card game. That way, when you're in the MMO and I'm not, and I queue for a card match, I might get you, not just other out-of-game players. Well then, truck. Hold on, I gotta check if that's my truck. Oh, it's gonna be one of them fucking days. Oh, good. They turned it off. Sometimes we have so many people in this neighborhood that have 2 vehicles, and they go out on Saturday and they leave 1 vehicle at home, and then the car alarm goes off and there's nobody here to turn the alarm off. Sounded like mine. Yeah, I saw that. There's a character named Paradox. But Jay, if you forget, then you might only give them some of the money instead of all the money. Yeah. Again, I think companies have lost the narrative when it comes to being respectful. And like I was saying, if you develop a free-to-play version of the games inside of your game, that you can compete against people who don't play the game, that is the greatest marketing, because nothing says you can't sell booster packs for the card game. It's how card games work. Nothing says you can't, whatever your miniature army game is, nothing says you can't sell boosters for that. But, and I know what some people would say. They would say, well, what you're doing at this point is you're not focusing on your core viable product. You're focusing on a lot of ancillary things. And you're right, I am. I would. Because if you're going to make a card game, and I'm just going to say Magic, I'm just going to say you're building a game like Magic. That doesn't mean you're going to take your entire development team and work on it. What it means is you're going to take the same amount of your development team that was going to develop the cards and the art for the cards and the rules for the game. And then once you have all that, you're going to pull a little bit of resources to make it a standalone game that interfaces with your actual MMO. You're not actually generating any more work. Now, yes, I acknowledge you might generate a little bit more, but you're generating an acceptable amount of additional work. Oh, paper. Oh, I got one. I'm so happy. I'll show you guys that in just 1 second because my timer is about to run out. I got a cookie cleaner. I tried to make one of these, and it didn't work out. But you want to think about all the benefits to you make Magic the Gathering for your game, right? And you were already going to do it anyway. Continued work for a team that would otherwise have been reintegrated into a different team when the card game was done might equal out. Right. Exactly. So what you're doing is you're building a product that works because you've tested it, you've QA'd it, you know it works. It becomes a player acquisition funnel. And now we'll go a step further. When you're not at home, you're on vacation. If you make it mobile compatible, then that means the person doesn't ever really feel like they're away from your game. Yeah, sure, they can't do everything from the mobile app, but they can play the card game. They can still feel like they're connected. You have a little miniatures game. Yeah, and I understand. Every dollar you put over here is a dollar you're not putting over there. But you would have put 90 cents of that dollar over here because you wanted it as a core component of your game anyway. Like, I've always said this. Ashes of Creation wanted to have tavern games. I think it's a great idea. I think it's absolutely an amazing idea. I think instead of working on a lot of the bullshit that they've worked on, they should have worked on the tavern games. Why? Because they could have made the tavern games integrated from a Steam client into the MMO. player acquisition funnel, and then you could have launched that when it was ready. You could have monetized it, right? However is appropriate to monetize it, you can monetize it. Have a residual revenue stream, and then, like you said, Storm, that team that's working on the tavern games, if you can now afford them with the tavern game income, then they can keep working on the projects that make that system better. So now the tie-in is that there are some tavern games that can only be unlocked from inside the MMO. Well, imagine a player who likes the tavern games is like, you know what? I really like a developer who took the time to develop a system like this. I think I'm going to give the game a try. There's a player. Now you've got a player who comes into the game with a single motive. How do I unlock these other tavern games? It's a great reason to have the player come in. I got another one. Got two of them. Oh, and this one has imperfect endless motion. Look at the little chocolate chip guy. Look at the little gingerbread man. Picked up a 3-4 and a 1-4. But yeah, I think there are a lot of game companies that could do amazing things. And some of them I think get interfered with by shitty leadership. But with that said, I also think some of them are just managed by shitty leadership. You have companies that they want to squeeze. Like, I love the fact that Cacao Games did not force Chrono Studio to launch Chrono Odyssey, because Chrono Odyssey was not in a launch state. And you can ask Rail, he played it with me. If you didn't play Chrono Odyssey, if you didn't get into the beta, I don't think Chrono Odyssey was in launch state. I think the crafting system needed just a few tweaks and it would have been palatable. I don't want to say it would have been great, because that would be a bullshit lie. The crafting system, unless they've completely revamped it, it's very basic bones. It's very plain Jane. But plain Jane gets the job done. The combat system is where people had heartburn. Now, staying true to my word, staying true to my word, I'm not going to criticize the combat because it's predominantly action combat, and between my inability to control my hands properly and not being seasoned at action combat, I'm not going to say the action combat was good, the action combat was bad, because I don't speak the language. I will say, as a tab player, on the first day, the action combat was rough, but by the third day, I was fairly proficient at it. But as far as, like, I'm Cole Trickle from Days of Thunder. If you say, well, what changes would you have made to the action combat? I'm gonna be like, I don't know, idiot. I don't have the vocabulary. Like, I don't know how to tell you to make it better. I'll just say, by the third day, I had gotten more proficient. I didn't feel like I was fucking around trying to kill things. But as far as, like, I know lots of action players wrote up exquisite write-ups. They're like, the latency on this is this, and the interval between hitting the button and the action going is the input delay is, and I was like, all right, guys, those are all great things. Yeah, I think that the way they did the gathering, you are correct. The gathering was really, really well done. Being able to gather above your level. Now, what I hope they fix is that the gathering sort of makes better sense. Like, the crafting and gathering piece. Like, why is it your gear didn't require iron, but my gear did? Like, everybody... everybody doesn't have to have the same upgrade path. That's not what I'm saying. Iron was really difficult to find near the first town. And only one class that was playable required iron for its upgrade. Now, I'm not saying that everybody has to suffer equally. Everybody should be able to upgrade to their next tier of gear with the same relative ease, or we create a developer hurdle that doesn't need to be there because it doesn't serve a purpose. Like, why should I have a harder time upgrading my gear than you do? We should all suffer equally. No matter our class, we should all suffer equally. We either all suffer at a 3 or we all suffer at a 7. And either option is good. It's not like there's one option is better than the other. Personally, I like when gearing is significant. Yeah, you skipped a tier of gear. I did not. Because I wanted to walk through the experience as close to what live would be, because I was assuming I would be preoccupied in the next, because I had no intention of playing Archer, Gunner, whatever the fuck they called their damn thing. I had no intention of playing that class. They're all gonna try to shoot me. Is the ad guy aliens or Lovecraftian horror? That's a great question. This is Once Human is based off of SCP, inspired by SCP. It's supposed to be Lovecraftian horror. Do they get 1 foot in the box of Lovecraftian horror? Yeah. Do they get both feet in the box of Lovecraftian horror? They do not. They Endless Dream, very Lovecraftian horror. Manibus and Way of Winter, very much not. Like, for example, I would say TV Head Girl, very, very, very Lovecraftian horror. Maybe not so much. Definitely not so much. Could go either way. Absolutely not. I think this was a step back in the right direction, because that's what you expect with Lovecraftian horror. Like completely surreal shenanigans. I think the bounty hunter guy with the TV head, he good model, too cartoony. I think the woman who introduces you to Endless Dream, spot on. Very, very, very well done. Now the rest of it being inspired by SCP, the deviations, I think the deviations, what you said is, are they aliens or are they Lovecraftian horror? The idea of a tentacled monster coming in through the sky, Lovecraftian horror. But the rest of the deviations, I would say, don't really fall in line, and they start to stray into very much just generic sci-fi alien. So I heard through Anifusia Amiru was assaulted at TwitchCon. Some parasocial viewer kissed her and trying to fight him off, and her personal security was banned permanently from TwitchCon for holding his wrists and pulling him over to the police. And then the same guy did the same thing at this year's TwitchCon, and apparently her new security team heard Twitch staff laughing about it afterwards. I'm not gonna comment because I'm a Twitch partner, and I would need a police report. I would need an actual, like, I don't deal in I heard, because somebody who's organized themselves as free press, who was there, needs to actually report on it. I don't deal in that bullshit because, as Lee Strobel, who is a investigative journalist, said, how many pairs of eyeballs do I know that saw it? And the answer is 0. I have no eyeballs that I can quote. So if it happened, it's bullshit. Also, what I will say is this: if I had personal security and I went somewhere and my personal security wasn't invited or banned, I wouldn't be there. Especially after an event like that. If the outcome of any event, and I will comment on this, if the outcome of any event by an event organizer is to ever ban anybody's personal security, well, there's a reason why you hear in Eminem's song, I don't even carry guns no more, I don't got to. I got undercover cops that illegally pop you. There's a reason why many people, celebrities, use off-duty police officers as their personal security. Because that person is a cop 24 hours a day. Their badge says state of. It doesn't say state of while on duty. Police officers are in a situation where they're kind of always on duty. They don't get to, a police officer doesn't get to turn a blind eye to a crime that's in progress. There's penalties for that. There's also, if they're working as security, they don't have to hold his wrists and drag him over to police. They are the fucking police. They just execute the arrest. I really hope that there's more to this story, because if there's not, then it's just another instance of Twitch absolutely failing across the board. No, when a celebrity goes to a town, they contact their people, their agency contacts the police department and says, Mr. Smith is going to be in town from this date to this date, and we're going to need off-duty officers for security. And a lot of police departments facilitate that. I mean, of course, there's a huge hourly fee for it, because it's not cheap, because you have to, that officer still has to work their 40-hour week, if it's 40 hours or if it's 38, depending on what shift they're on. So you're paying their overtime rate. And then, I mean, the Chicago Bulls did that every year with the playoff ticket count cash. They had their own security. The Chicago Bulls, in the room with all the cash, they had their own security. They had Chicago Police Department, and they had one other police department. And there always had to be at least one member of each team in the room at all times. That way there was never any he said, she said, never any money go missing. Because, I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars. And they got to count it, and then they got to band it, and they got to take it to the bank. Well, you've got the state police or the county sheriff, the Chicago police, and their own security. Money never went missing because there's one from each there all the time. It's a great way to do it. It's expensive as fuck. But when you don't want your millions of dollars going missing, you do the expensive as fuck option. No, that's terrible. See, what I don't get is how does that person even get the ability to buy a TwitchCon ticket? Like, that person should have been banned from TwitchCon. Like, that person shouldn't have been allowed back into TwitchCon if the first event happened. It's the fucked up world we live in, which is why I said this the other day, and I'm gonna keep saying it. We're closer and closer to just a fucking massive shutdown of the country, because the moment that common civility goes out the door, yeah, I'd rather pay $20,000 to have 4 officers watching than lose $20 million to some fucking skimming. But yeah, and when common civility goes out the door, you're not too far from just the total collapse of the system. I told you while I was on vacation, I had my news feed off. Well, one particular one came across my phone that just left me horrified. A woman held a door open. A lady walked through said door, didn't say thank you. So the first lady followed the second lady to another store, started a fight with her, and then when they went out into the parking lot, she shot her. You shot a person because they didn't say thank you? You shot a person because they didn't say thank you when you held the door for them. Fuck, man. I hold the door for probably when I'm out and about. I would say, reasonably speaking, I held 50 doors while I was out and about. And I maybe got 4 thank yous. But I don't hold the door for a thank you. A lot of times I hold the door because I want to be behind the person that's walking in. I don't want the person that's walking in behind me. I don't give a fuck if people thank me or not. I'm gonna be polite whether or not the politeness is reciprocated. But I would say in most of my community, like attracts like. Most of my community is the same. I would imagine is very similar to the same way. You hold the door because you were you were raised, you were taught. Yeah, I will hold the door for you no matter your gender if you're within about 3 to 5 steps of the door, up to the point where you either reach out to take control of it or you pass through. Right. I always hold the door. I always hold the door for a woman. I always hold the door for children. Again, if I'm walking out and you're about 3 to 5 steps from the door, I'll try to hold the door as I walk past so you don't have to open it. You just have to put your hand in it. Because that's just polite. That's just civility. But, you know, we're living in a world where, you know, I'll tell you, when I got on the plane, going down to Florida, I was boarding seats 2, 3, and 4. By the time I got on the plane for all the Jesus Jetway people, I was 4 rows back. That pisses me off because I'm 4 rows back, which means there's 18 seats that I can't use, but I'm supposed to be the second person boarding the plane. Well, I get to the 5th row back and there's a bag on it, And I picked the bag up and I looked at the lady and I was like, is this yours? She's like, yeah, but my brother handed her the bag. I said, I told my kid to go in. It's like, look, man, I get it, but we're not doing the one handicapped person boards the fucking Jesus Jetway. You've never heard of this? Oh, Jesus Jetway is amazing at Southwest Airlines. At Southwest Airlines, since there's no assigned seating, if you are handicapped and you're in a wheelchair, you board before even the A group boarders. On a flight down to Orlando, you'll often have 9 or 10 people that are so broken that they need a wheelchair to get on the plane. But when they get to Orlando, they're in the first rows, they get off the plane. No, because remember, Delta and United and American, those people that truly need a wheelchair get to board. But number one, they're not allowed to put their luggage at the front of the plane. They have to take their luggage with them down to their seat. They're only allowed to put their shit in the overhead bin in the seat above them. Southwest, when you get on a Southwest flight, you can put your carry-on. If you like to sit in the middle of the plane, you can put your fucking luggage in the first container, and it fucks up everything for everybody then. Other airlines are like, no, you can't put your stuff there. Go down. You're in row K. Go down to row K and put your stuff there. Well, I want to go to row K, put your shit up there. Well, there's not a lot of Jesus Jetway people on the other airlines because it doesn't net them anything. But on Southwest, until January, they need a wheelchair, so they sit in the front of the plane. Well, you get people like the lady that I had. They had 9 people in the group. They tried to bring like all the bags with them with the lady in the wheelchair. Nope, here's your bag. And she kind of started to protest, and I kind of looked at her and put it in the one behind me. You're not gonna fucking take up row 5. And then what? You're gonna have, like, you didn't pay to be at the front of the plane, and you want to try to bring, like, they brought 4 carry-ons and 4 backpacks with the 3 people that boarded. And Southwest isn't allowed to say anything. The stewardesses aren't allowed to be like, take that shit to the middle of the plane. So then when the other family members board in group C, they walk past and the kid was, the son was like, Ma, you didn't save me a seat. And she's like, I couldn't. You're right, you couldn't. Because some people picked up the fucking bag and said, is this your bag? Well, yeah, here you go. Is it, because what are they gonna say? No, it's not my bag? That would be a really dumb thing to say on a fucking airplane. Is this your bag? No. Stewardess, I have an unattended bag right here. Oh yeah, that's gonna make everybody fucking happy. I guarantee you everyone's gonna be pissed off at you if you don't claim your bag. Because now the stewardess is gonna be like, fuck, we have an unattended bag. For those of you that don't understand, that unattended bag is a terrorist threat. How the fuck did this unattended bag get onto the airplane? Okay, 5-5 zap cam. Come on, 5-5 zap cam. Whichever developer is watching my show and likes to modify my roles, 5-5 zap cam with crack shot. Don't even get a zap cam, let alone a 5-5. What jerks? What jerks? But no, it's like, that's the big thing right now with people are mad at Disney again. I get my ass on the plane first most of the time when I fly, but I don't require a wheelchair seat. Yeah, and here's the thing. I don't mind if I don't have a problem with genuinely handicapped people. Genuinely handicapped people, let's get them into a seat, right? Let's get them into a seat. I have a problem with the people that need handicap assistance loading time, and then they make up the biggest bullshit oh, well, I don't need it getting off the plane because when I have a chance to sit, then my legs work. Oh, you mean sit like in a fucking wheelchair? Because you're in a wheelchair. When the fuck are you not sitting? Or like, oh, well, normally I need a wheelchair to deplane, but my back popped while we were flying. Oh, of course it did. Because as we all know, there is nothing more conducive to back health than a small ass cramped airplane seat. See, the way you would stop a lot of the fraudulent people is real simple. Oh, you need assistance boarding? Your seat is all the way in the back of the plane. That way, we know we have all the handicapped people together. In case of emergency, we have you all in the same place. By the way, if you're handicapped and you need extra time boarding, you go all the way to the back of the plane, and then you have to wait until everybody else deplanes at your destination, and then you can deplane because that gives us the time it takes to get the wheelchairs there. And then all you have to do is, if you have 7 rows of handicapped people, have the stewardess, before they hit the unfastened seatbelt light, have the stewardess stand up and stand 8 rows up. Excuse me, handicapped people, don't get up. You gotta wait for the whole plane to deboard. See, if you did that, you'd be taking care of them. You'd be giving them all of the accommodations they require. And then you'd have a whole lot less handicapped people trying to scam the system. I just hate people that take advantage of whatever they can get. Like Disney. People are pissed off at Disney again for their DAS call. Disney has in their terms and conditions, you cannot record the DAS call. And people want to record them. Well, they're like, I have the right to record any conversation involving my medical condition. And Disney's like, you're right, you do. But we're not asking you about your medical condition. Disney never asks you for your diagnosis. They can't. They are not allowed to ask you for your diagnosis. They don't even ask you for what accommodations you think you need. Because they don't give a shit. Because, I have friends that work down at the DAS call center, and they're like, you would not believe how many people call us and say, well, my doctor says you have to. And they have to explain, ma'am, your doctor doesn't tell us how we provide accommodations. You tell us why you can't reasonably wait in line, and then we figure out which accommodation is best for you. That's how it should be. Yeah, exactly. That's why you need extra time boarding. You need extra time boarding because you need everybody else to not be moving around while you're moving around. And I'm sure if you had to fly a lot, because you're a reasonable person, you aren't expecting to pay for a back of the row seat, back of the plane seat, and then get a free front row seat without paying for it. See, my disability freaks me the fuck out with all these people around me. With all these people around me. That's why I pay for a business class seat. So I can board, so I can sit, and if shit's really bad, I can take a pill. Now, the flight to Orlando, unfortunately, is so short that taking a pill isn't always an option, because I can't take the pill before I get on the plane. Otherwise, I can't get my ass on the plane. And the flight's just not long enough. It's like, I need to take X number of milligrams of Valium for it to be effective. But that amount of Valium takes a little over the length of the flight to wear off. Which means I can't get off the fucking plane either. But I simply buy a front row seat and then deal with other medication that can kind of get me through it. With that said, I always love Saturday mornings. I love Saturday mornings because it gives me a chance to like just enjoy gaming. I do believe yes, the 21st. I'm probably going to do an extra show on Tuesday because Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 comes out. And I'm a huge fan of that game. I'm a huge fan of Vampire the Masquerade. As always, thank you guys for being here. I know it's hard for some people to get here on Saturday morning. You got your errands, you got your family, you got breakfast, you got all those things. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go eat some chili, and I'll see you guys Monday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.